Okay, so let me go change the old one. Yeah, I can just privatize that one. Okay. All right. Yeah. No, okay. I gotta send a new link out for YouTube. Multi-stream copy. Okay. And let's just make sure everything looks good. Let's go ahead and give the stream a like. See if we can get some better music. Okay. I'm going to listen on my phone just to see how the levels are with the music. This is me talking, and I'm going to talk. Okay, why is my phone... Okay, there we go. Hopefully we don't get any feedback. We'll see. But we might get feedback. What does this button do? Doesn't do anything. All right. I hope the levels are good. The levels actually sound pretty good from what I can tell. Okay. Okay. Let's get started. We're gonna do a comp. We're gonna. Oh wait a minute. All right, boys. Ah, why can't this? All right. Okay. Can you actually... I think you can actually stream to Instagram, can't you? Wait. Let's just play around with these settings. I mean, we've got all day. I'm not working today, and I took the day off work. No. Wait. You cannot unlink the platform you used to sign into Streamlabs desktop. I don't think I didn't realize that I thought I used YouTube. Set up or connect Streamlabs IDs. Okay, let's, if I click this, it's gonna go over here. Oh God, did I just kill the stream? I don't think I did. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why these are all unlinked. Is it because I don't have the super expensive version? Dashboard. much is the upgrade, right? Like I would have it for, okay, 15, but okay, build monthly. It'd be $15 for the month. I'm tempted to just get it just for a month, just to see. You will be charged $189? No, I want a month. Oh, wait a minute. There was one up here. Oh, $27. Jeez Louise. $189 for the month. I mean, for the year. I'm tempted to get it for the year and just like, I don't know. If there's anybody in the chat, in either chat room, let me know. We have, looks like I can, okay, there is somebody in the chat. Renew Des Zim says hi. Well, hi, Renew Des Zim. This is a very relaxing, chill, Good Friday stream. No work today. All right, I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna upgrade Streamlabs. Although Streamlabs is acting a little weird now that I wanted to stream with Twitch. I forget how to get this to show. There's a way that I can get the chat window. Oh, see, like, why am I signed in as on Twitch? I don't like that. That makes me nervous. Yeah. All right. Well, we have that one imaginary viewer in Twitch. Let's do this. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started. So what we are going to do today is we're going to create a dialogue system. We've already started some work on it. So let me show you what we did yesterday. So you can go up to NPCs now, and you can interact with them. Let me see. I'm just kind of feature requirements. Callback support. NPCs can gain or lose the converse option depending on the state of the game. For example, maybe you can only talk to a certain NPC after you have completed a why isn't this word wrapping? This should be word wrapping. Word wrapping. After you've completed a particular mission. And what is the AI? Or maybe you can only talk to an NPC if you have a certain item in your inventory. This means the conversation system needs to support callbacks that can be used to... I already said callback. Okay, this means... Okay, let's just see. This means that the converse system needs to support callbacks that can be used to determine whether converse options should be available for a given NPC at any given time. Yes. So that's one feature requirement. I have been trying to find excuses to use that mermaid plugin this year, but it is. Okay. So we have a... Okay. So what I was talking about is you can go up to the player or NPC and you can converse with him, right? And then converse. Okay, converse doesn't do anything right now because he has no conversations. So let's think about how we're going to, let's just start structuring it. Create monoscript. I think, actually, what we want to create is a scriptable object. I mean, I guess I could have done it there. Conversation, right? I should rename it. I do, with scriptable objects, I do like to add SO at the end, just as a notifier. All right. So the chat isn't working. Give me a few minutes. I want to. Okay, should be back to regularly scheduled programming now. At least I thought we were. At least I hope we are. Okay, there we go. I got the chat. I got one chat set up there. I'm going to see. Watch now. I'm just curious. This is a test. I want to see if I can see the chat messages from Twitch inside of Streamlabs. It does not appear that I can. I can see them from YouTube, and that's what matters most. But for whatever reason, I cannot see the Twitch chat. Okay, that's all right, though. That's all right. We're not probably going to get a lot of action in Twitch anyway. Oh, my God, and the camera's not working again. What the heck, dude? Oh, my stars and garters. All right, we've done it. We're back again. Okay. So, I want to create a conversation. Now, these will not only have a conversation SO, right? I don't know. I don't think it updated it. Renamed. And then let's rename it back to SO. Okay. Arg. It didn't update the file name. Okay, that's fine. We can do it manually. So my goal is to have a basic, I heard the ding. I don't know what gave me the ding. But my goal is to have a basic conversation system working by the end of the weekend. And, we're here on Friday, so I think we're off to a good start. I am going to... Yeah, I got a little bit of sad news. Actually, I'll share that later. Okay. So if I look back here, I think what I need also is a dialogue scriptable object, and then that's probably going to evolve over time. I mean, obviously. Dialogue. Oh my gosh. It really is frustrating when you have to fight your tools. Dialogue line scriptable object. All right, let's go into there because I have a few ideas about what this is. So I have like a little conversation here. I was mostly just trying to flesh this out, right? So the player starts, and then the player initiates and talks to Flava Pop. So we can actually just do something like... can you do this? So the player presses the converse button, and then, so the player goes up, they press a converse button, right? And then Flavor Pop says, "Move along, sir, curfew begins." And then you are presented with respond disrespectfully, respond respectfully, or ignore. Interesting, because we're going to have to figure out basically how that just kind of ends the conversation, right? But then, so if you, we'll start with the respond. Well, if you respond respectfully, what happens there? I guess this is a very basic like intro conversation. So yes, sir, and then the conversation can end. So that would be AB, and then we just have down here, we just have AB will also go to X to end the conversation, right? So respond respectfully and ignore, they don't have a lot, they don't do much, but there's a lot going on when you respond disrespectfully. The player will say, "LOL, you look like a clown." Let's see. I think we need one more piece of dialogue, because what I have here is, "LOL, you look like a clown." Then we have like some things that happen behind the scenes, kind of. The agitation level for the NPC increases. The Flavor Pop, so the NPC gets a relationship object with the player, and then we add, and then the affection is decreased. So what should happen is then the NPC should say something else. Let's see. So the NPC could say something like, so let's see, that ends here. Player decreases. That's right here. So that is AA1. Right now I have AA1 going to this question mark. So actually AA1 should go to another piece of dialogue, which is going to look like this. AA1D. I don't know. It's like my I'm having some challenges trying to come up with a schema, but okay. And then this will basically be like get back inside before I bash your skull, right? And then AA1D can come here, or come, right? From there, you can also respond, "Get out of my sight before I bash." Let's see, get out. Get back inside before I bash your skull. Then you're presented with another question. So let's see. So okay. AA1D goes to AA1Q, and then that goes to all of these. AA1QA, so this would be AA1QA, this would be AA1QB, and then this would be AA1QC. And then they have their own decision tree as well. We can just delete this one. And then for now, we can just have both of those go to the end, right? AA1QA. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's some ugliness going on, but that's okay. We'll fix it. AA1QA goes to the end, and AA1QB goes to the end. AAA, where's AAA? Right, there's like some issues here. Yes, sir. AB goes to X as well. ignore, which is AC. AC will also go to X. And then you can see that AA goes to the whole conversation, right? So you can, when Flava Pop says move along, curfew begins at 10, you can respond disrespectfully, respectfully, or ignore. A lot of these have the same. Respond respectfully and ignore essentially have the same outcome, which is this conversation ends. Then respond disrespectfully. The player LOL, you look like a clown, which is right here. Get back inside before I bash your skull. I'm spending like more time on the graph. So Flava Pop says, get back inside before I bash your skull. Then you have a decision to make. You can respond disrespectfully, where the player would say, I'd like to see you try. And then, so that would be AA1QA. That would then go to like an aggro state. Let's see. So we would have AA1QAA. And then AA1QAA then goes to X as well. Right? Oh dear. Oh dear. I got a line 26. There we go. Okay. So hopefully this makes a little sense, right? All right. Oh, I still need to do my taxes. I'm being reminded. Something. Okay, so this describes the basic flow of a conversation. So let's flow of basic conversation, right? And I think this actually gives us a fair amount to work with. Converse. So a dialogue line, SO. Okay. So I see a dialogue line as the dialogue line. I don't know about speaker name. Like it does need like the speaker, right? It needs the yeah, the dialogue text. Eventually we're going to want to have an audio clip, right? And then so the interesting thing here, what we can do So what I'm getting at here is, let me see, dialogue line, data. Instead of data, datum, let's do data. So what you're going to have, you're going to have a public list of dialogue line data lines. Oh, my stars and garters. Okay. What's this? What's going on here? Oh, it's because the struct is in public. All right. Oh, this can be simplified. I forget how to simplify it. Control Enter or Alt Enter. Okay. Let's see. Another requirement. Dialogue lines can have multiple lines where the text is printed slash set, where a portion of the text is printed slash said, and then there is a pause before the next portion of the text. This allows for now more natural conversation, blah, 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 blah. Thank you, AI. I think the AI is just kind of just... Right? Because I'm just thinking that, like, okay... This might be like a V2 kind of thing, but we'll see where we end up. Dialogue line. And then we need a representation for the possible options, right? So dialogue line. So, and I know if Matthew was here, he'd probably cringe at this, but that's okay. Dialogue line option, right? So the dialogue line option, it'll have its own dialogue line. Does this yeah, I guess order matters. I thought order didn't matter in C#. Oh, it's because it's a scriptable object. Ugh, okay. Let's do this for now. So you would almost like want a title, right? So the title, so you see here how I have this question mark. So Flavor Pop says, "Move along, sir. Curfew begins in 10 minutes." And then you'll be presented with options. One would be respond respectfully, another would be ignore, and the other would be respond disrespectfully. The respond respectfully, that portion, that portion would be the title. Then, so you can see here's a good case where the title would be respond disrespectfully, and then the text itself is LOL, you look like a clown. Wait a minute. This is becoming a bit of a chicken and an egg kind of thing. Might be enough to start with, at least, right? We have the options, we come down, we have a title. That are the options. You select one, it's going to have this. The only thing we're missing right now is the actions. So the actions, I'm not even really sure how to do the actions. Like, will the actions be in the scriptable object, or will the actions be somewhere else? Like, what I would really love, like, this is what I'm tempted to do. I'm tempted to have the actions be a list of string, and then the string is actually just C# code. But that's not going to work. I mean, it could work. We could make it work, but I'm sure there's a better way to do it. Captain Fandom Nerd says hello, or he says hi, actually. Hello, Captain Fandom Nerd. How are you doing today? I might go take a nap in a few minutes and just leave the stream running. Maybe play one of my travel videos. Because I'm suddenly feeling really tired. Let me give it till 9:30, and then I'll play a travel video and go lay down for a little bit. Okay. So let's see what happens if we start to create something. conversation. Flavor pop introduction. Okay. So we don't have anything on the. We don't have anything on the conversation. Oh, we don't have anything on the conversation scriptable object. So we need something to kick it off, right? So the conversation scriptable object will just simply be a dialogue line, right? Yeah, so the AI is pretty the AI gets me. Root line, right? Wow, I'm like suddenly like overwhelmed with tiredness. All right, yeah, I'm definitely gonna lay down in 10 minutes. I'm like looking at the clock. Okay, so we have this root line. So let's now do create conversation. Oh, no, not a conversation. I already did that. What I want to do is I want to create a dialogue line. Just call it that for now. Okay, so if we go to our model, so the first thing is going to be move along, sir. This is from Flavor Pop. So we still have to figure out like who says what and stuff like that, but these things will come at time. Okay, this is intro line, right? Now we have options here. Wow. I guess I could actually do this. Wait a minute. No, I don't want the options. I want to define the text. Okay, let me do that. Right. I want to define the line, which is dialogue data. Now, why isn't that coming through? Why isn't this option? I should see two dialogues, and I'm not sure why I don't, right? So thirsty. Okay. Well, we know that this will be here. We do know that. But so the options are the options that will be presented to the user that they can click on. The thing I'm not understanding why we don't see these here. I think it has something to do with the fact that there's a struct here. Can't you have structs inside of classes? I thought you could in C#. Can you have embedded structs in a C# class? I can't remember. And I feel like you used to be able... Yes, you can. Okay. Okay. So let's do that then. Whoops. back. Okay. What is the difference between system? Well, okay. I know that sometimes I've had to mark things as serializable. I've had to mark things as serializable field. There we go. Okay. Now it's working. Okay, that's nice. Okay. So remember, the line is these are the possible lines that can be spoken at the current point in the conversation. The idea here is to randomly pick one of multiple options that more or less say the same thing. This will add some variety in the conversations without, okay, yeah, okay. So what you would do is we basically just have like a, I mean, I guess we could just do it, right? What you could do. Specify them. Well, let's not get too fancy, right? But well, let's see. It would return a dial. Oh wait, it's a scriptable object, so I don't really want to have code inside of a. I guess you can. There's no law against it. Let me see something. What about okay, scriptable objects conversation. Game. This will be game. Okay. Anyway. And then the options. These are the options the player can select from when responding to the line. Okay, and then we still have actions, but we'll have to figure out how we're going to actually implement actions later. And then, so if we go back here, so the line is actually move along, sir. So this is what. Move along, sir. Curfew begins in 10 minutes. And then we can just add another one just kind of for variety. The curfew is starting in 10 minutes. Hurry up and get home. Okay. So that's the scriptable object. The speaker is the game object. Okay. And then we have the options. Okay. need this system serializable? Do I need these serialized fields? I don't think I need those, but let's see. All right, boys. I'm going to set... Well, let me see if this works. Check in the code, and then I'm going to set a video to play. I'm just going to leave the stream running. I don't want to start a new stream. Let's see. Okay, that looks good. Okay, let's check this in. Starting to blah. Okay, starting to work on conversation systems. What I want to do now is I want to do a little... Okay, I know it's dark right now, but just give me a minute. We'll have the chat box up in case anybody's interested in that. Okay. We'll have some text up at the top. So the text is going to say, be back at 10:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Daylight Savings Time. Center. Okay. All right, never mind that. I'm going to find a long video to play because I'm going to lay down for a little while. Can I sort? Let's see, 42 minutes, 48 minutes. A walk? I did a walk and talk in Oslo? Really? I don't remember that. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm gonna make it actually 10:15. I'm gonna lay down for a little while. I put the chat box on. This is a test. Where's the chat box not working? Oh, wait, did it work? It did work. Okay. All right. I'm going to stop the music. And if you are here, I'm not feeling well, as just seems to always be happening these days. Anyway, I'm gonna go lay down. I'll be back at 10:15, as the sign says. Let me stop this. Okay. I'll see you in a little bit.
Hello and welcome. It is January 1st, 2025, a brand new year and a brand new set of travel, all planned, not quite, for the next year, or for this year now. It's now this year. 2025, here we are in the capital of Norway, in the city in the south, Oslo, on the Bjørkvika Bay. But of course, Bjørkvika Bay is kind of like saying Bjørk Bay, because Vik means bay. As you can see, it is snowing. A lovely, steady, not too strong of a snow here in Oslo. I've been here in Norway for about 10 days now, and considering that it's December, you would think that there would be substantially more snow. Well, actually, considering that it was December, now it is January 1st. And there really has not been a lot of snow on this trip, even though we were above the Arctic Circle for the first week. Still, had one snowstorm in Tromsø, no snowstorms in Oslo until today. Actually, this started last night, so I gotta be fair. We're gonna head to the McDonald's in the neighborhood that I stayed at when I was here in 2022, and we're gonna make a couple stops along the way. Norwegian duck. They look cold. Quack, 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 quack. So it's the male duck in the front with the two female ducks trailing behind. Oh yeah. That guy gets it. He's the Chad of ducks. A Chuck? Duck? Tad? Dad? He's the dad. You see a lot of these here in Bjørkvika, in this bay. There might be in other bays too, but this is really the only one I've seen on this trip. But what this is, these are small saunas. So you go in, you get warm in the sauna, and then if you're brave enough, or if you're Norwegian enough, you jump in the water. This is very similar to what I did in Finland just earlier, or actually last year now, back in February 2022. You go in, you sit in the sauna, but this is a little different because these are like little houses. So I guess you can go and you can rent one of the private saunas, and then you jump in, you get back in the sauna. And I will say that when I did it, in the moment, it really sucks. It sucks like you think it would. But afterwards, you feel very cleansed and you sleep really, really well that night. I did bring a bathing suit, but one thing that I did not bring was a willing partner that was willing to do the ice bath with me. This area over here behind me, across this little bay here, is called Ingar Munch. And this building here is actually called Munch. Munch. I doubt it's pronounced Munch. But this statue here is called the Mother, which stands at the end of the Ingar Munch Pier. And here is the Ingar Munch Bridge right here. Now, as far as I can tell, Ingar Munch was a Norwegian teacher who, honestly, I don't know. The only thing I could find about this teacher is that it was all in Finnish, and I don't speak Finnish. But that's a 9-foot-high statue. It's pretty big. That's a big mom. Imagine the babies coming out of that mother. Whew, that's a big baby. As I mentioned, here is the Ingar Munch Igor Munch building, which my wife and we have been wondering what this building is. Well, let's look it up. Ah, no, Igor Munch is a photographer, not a teacher. So I wonder if this is a museum or something, because we were really curious. We saw people walking around on New Year's Eve last night, when most things were closed. So maybe the Igor Munch Museum was in fact open. So here we have the Opera House, which of course is home to the Norwegian Opera and Ballet, where they put on performances throughout the year. The Opera House is also a good spot to kind of go and get a little bit of a view of the fjord here, the Oslo fjord, and of course, get a better view of Bjørkvika. Bjørkvika? 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 I don't know how it's pronounced. But maybe when you're clicking and subscribing to the channel, you can comment below on a phonetic spelling of how to pronounce Bjørkvika. Well, this is interesting. I don't know if you can see on the camera or not, but just yesterday, this was all water. Now you can see it's a nice icy layer that all the seagulls are standing on. It really shows you the change of temperature in just the past, not less than 24 hours. Just like 2024 went out warm, mild. Now 2025 is off to an icy, cold, and snowy start here in Oslo, Norway. Looks like a pirate ship. Yeah, it's thin ice. Those ducks are walking on thin ice. Get it? Ducks, they're walking on thin ice. Okay, now I did do this in 2022. I did this at night, where I went up to the top up there at the Opera House. We're gonna go ahead and do it again. Looks like they've put a lot of salt down on the ground because it is a tad slippery. Probably would be a good place to go sledding, or as my family used to say, sleigh riding. I get the feeling that going up is probably not nearly as treacherous as coming down. I love the snow. It makes everything look beautiful. If you live somewhere where you don't get snow, or just by happenstance you've never witnessed snow in life, there's a certain magical quality to it, because it kind of eats all vibrations, so the sounds are kind of muffled. So in addition to the beauty of it, it's also quiet and peaceful. I'm going to get my steps in today. Not only are we going for quantity, we're going for quality, because now we're walking up a nice grade. We made it. There's the little sauna village down there. And of course, the bay that goes into the fjord, or it opens up into the fjord. I don't know. It's funny because when we checked into the Airbnb here in Oslo, the owner told us, oh, there will be a spectacular laser show because there will be no fireworks this year because they're illegal. So last night, we started to hear fireworks at about 7 p.m. And by midnight, the entire city was filled with fireworks. Not a single laser anywhere to be seen. It was, and literally, she said, and I read somewhere as well, I forget, or like online when I was looking for things to do, oh, there will be no fireworks show this year, but don't worry, there will be a laser show that you'll be able to see from all over the city. No, there were fireworks. This kind of reminds me, in an odd way, this reminds me of that market in Cape Town, South Africa, that was on top of a building. Like, you put a bunch of stalls here, and a bunch of people selling things like clothes and trinkets and whatever. Like, I would think I was in Cape Town, except for minus all the snow and white people. But other than that, this is just like Cape Town. The Oslo Opera House opened in 2008 and there was a ceremony with, this was news to me, there was a ceremony where the grand opening was done by Queen Sonja, who I did not realize that Norway has a king, queen, and all of that still. She is 87 years old. I would imagine that makes her one of the oldest monarchs in the world. Wasn't Queen Elizabeth like 92 or something when she passed away? So Queen Sonia is probably, she has to be ranking up there. All right, so we're on top. We're gonna make our way down, trying not to slip, which they have this nice handrail over here, which we're gonna go ahead and use. Look, I don't wanna be stuck behind kids walking down this thing. I'm not planning to like fly down it because I'll slip, crack my skull, and die here in Norway. Although my insurance would pay to have my body shipped back to the States, but that's just not on my plan of things to do today. Whoa, there's a slip. Easy, easy. And here is the Opera House in all its beauty, with all of its 1,100 rooms. And they commissioned something like 1,500 different artworks to decorate the interior from various artists around Norway. That's a lot of artwork. I don't know much about art, but I know what I hate. All right, we're gonna be right by the train station. Let's see if we can make it down these stairs without slipping though. Whoa, 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 that was a slip. That's number 2. Imagine doing this without the handrail. Okay. You'd think there'd be more salt or something down here. Okay. That guy slipped here. Be extra careful. I think we did it without any major injury. So the last time that I was in an Arctic place, although this is kind of subarctic, it's not really Arctic. I mean, it's like Arctic, kind of like Juneau, maybe Anchorage. Not really Arctic, but the last time I was here, I did get a few comments as to like, what's the temperature like and what was I wearing? So right now it is about 26, 27 degrees, which I guess is about 3 or 4 below Celsius. I am wearing a t-shirt, a hoodie, and then this coat. And then of course on my head I have a hat and then the hood from the hoodie. And I did opt to wear snow pants because the jeans are good if you're gonna be out to like go from your apartment to the car, and then from a car to a restaurant, and then back. Like if you're outside for like 5 minutes, they're fine. But you know, I was planning to take you all along on this walk, so I'm actually wearing snow pants. And then of course my winter boots, which have been with me all over, up to Svalbard, to Greenland, down to southern Chile and southern Argentina. These snow boots have been through a lot, just like I have. They're old and worn and dusty and broken and torn, just like me. I see a lot of these like shared scooters in Oslo. And last night I tried talking my wife into taking one, and she's terrified of things like that. Like riding a bike, like no, she'd rather, you know, sleep in fire. But I was like, well, you can get on the back and you can like put your arms around me and we could try. And she wasn't having any of it, wanted no part of it, told me to get a new wife if that was what I was going to do. So we're looking for a new wife. No, not really. But I was a little disappointed because I wanted to ride them and I knew it was going to be snowing. And once it snows and once there's like ice on the ground, and you're not going to be riding a scooter no matter how electric it is. You're just not going to be doing it. But, oh well. And here we are at Central Station in Oslo, the train station, which will take you all over the country, actually. Yeah, you know, all over Norway, Sweden, and into Finland if you are brave enough. I was a little disappointed on this trip because we did change our plans at the last minute to go to Tromsø instead of going to Lillehammer by train and then to Trondheim by train and then coming back to Oslo by train because I love the train. But it's okay. The train will still be there. Now, I couldn't find any information about this particular sculpture or this particular fountain, but I believe that it was sculpted by a Norwegian painter and sculptor named Ornolf Blast, who passed away in the 70s, but he was very renowned and actually has a work in Virginia Beach, not that far from where I live, which is interesting. But yeah, you know how I love a selfie in front of a statue, so I'm gonna do that. Here's the exit of the train station I remember coming out of when I came here. And the Narvesen. I remember being very annoyed with the Airbnb because once I arrived in Oslo, I had to stop at a convenience store, pick the keys up from there, and then walk another 2 blocks to the actual apartment. I mean, come on, just meet me at the apartment. Don't have me go to a Norwegian 7-Eleven. But it was at that 7-Eleven where I learned the word for bag, which is pulsen. And I think you can say plastic pulsen tak. A plastic bag, thank you. That's about the extent of my Norwegian. That's the kind of hat I want. I need a hat like that. Like a knitted hat, not this crap. I have a knitted hat. It's a Washington Commanders hat, and I refuse to wear it out and about. Why? Because I love that hat, and if I wear it, I'm going to lose it. I know it. Yeah, so here's the Narvesen here that I was talking about where I had to pick up the keys. And the apartment is like down here and then to the right. Yep, I remember that Narvesen well. We go back, lots of good memories at Narvesen, like buying sodas, picking up keys, returning the keys. Me and that Narvesen go way back. Yeah, we're tight. This walkway is a lot quieter than it was last night when we were here. It was packed. There's tons of bars and restaurants along here. Is that a pug? No, it's like a pug Yorkie mixture. Oh, yeah, it's a little boy. I miss my dog. I miss my dog a lot. Look at this idiot eating grass. It's breakfast time. He's so cute. So the McDonald's is definitely down here to the right somewhere, I believe. I will say that since my YouTube channel kind of crossed that 20,000 subscriber threshold, that I feel if people see me, like before it was like, if I was like self-conscious, right? Because they might say, are you filming for YouTube? And I'd be like, yeah. And be like, oh, what's your channel? And then I tell them, Addy Goes Places. And then they look and it's like, oh, you've got 600 subscribers. Thank you. And look, if you are one of the first 600 people to subscribe to my channel, that's no shade to you. I appreciate you. I love you. Thank you. I appreciate it. But you do look like a douche doing what I'm doing here. So if you can at least say you have like 20,000 subscribers, you got a little more legitimacy to it. Now, it's not like if you had close to 1 million, then you have a lot of legitimacy. But, 20,000 definitely is more legitimate than 600. And if you're part of the 95% of people who watch my videos without being subscribed, please click that subscribe button now and do all of that. It helps. It does. It really helps. All right, so the McDonald's has to be, I feel like I'm very warm. I mean, not just because I'm sweaty, because I'm out of shape and I've been walking, but I feel like I'm really close. Wait, is that it down there? Okay, that's not it. I see yellow writing on an off black. Oh God, I got a terrible scratch on my back. A terrible itch. Just gotta take care of that. Oh, yeah. Oh God, that was good.
Ew, nasty.
I will have a back scratcher in every piece of luggage I bring. Typically, I only have 2 pieces of luggage, which translates to 2 back scratchers. But on this trip, I have 3 pieces of luggage, which translates to 3 back scratchers. In case you couldn't count. But those back scratchers, man, there are a few things that I have learned that are not essential for traveling with, but definitely make traveling easier. And back scratchers, that's one of them. Back scratchers. If you've got room, pack a back scratcher. All right, we're coming up on the yellow writing that kind of looked like McDonald's, and instead it is Bottega Veneta. I'm guessing that is some overpriced designer brand for women's bags, it looks like. Not nearly as good as a McDonald's. We'll keep walking. Well, this is a contradiction. It says Max Premium Burgers. Do you know why it's a contradiction? I'll give you one guess. As a matter of fact, write your guess down in the comments as to why Max Premium Burgers is a contradiction. Do you give up? It's a contradiction because it's not named McDonald's. That's why. I thought I heard Argentinians, because Argentinians, they have a very distinct way of speaking Spanish. And I couldn't tell if it was Spanish because I only heard like a blob of it, but I was like, that accent sounds very, 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 very Argentinian. No, not Argentinian. All right. I think I'm going to have to do the needful, as Indians say a lot. Got to do the needful. By the way, a quick note to my Indian viewers and friends who work with Americans often. Stop saying, I'm looking for your inputs, or we need your inputs, or I'm hoping to get inputs. Don't say inputs. Do not make it plural. Americans typically only use the plural form of input for one thing. And to explain what that is, I'll just say women have 3 inputs.
Northeast on Nedra Gate toward Grenson. It's about 88 meters to your next turn.
This feels like the wrong McDonald's. Like maybe the one I went to is no longer there. I mean, it's been 3 years. That's quite possible.
In 50 meters, turn right onto Grenson.
Right, then I got to go behind that building and then take a left. Okay. I think we can handle a couple of turns to find a McDonald's. Now I'm envisioning, overlay 6 hours later, and then I'm in the water like, I can't, it's around here somewhere. Where's the McDonald's? All right, I'm going to try and do this without the map. I think I know where the map is sending me. I got this. This is going to be good. It's going to be worth it, totally worth it. Oh, okay. I remember this. Yeah, I remember because there's a burger place over there I ate at. Okay, yeah, no, I remember. Somebody in the comments said, this guy is motivated by food. Well, of course. Of course I am. What are you motivated by? Not eating? Oh, I want to go to the places that are away from food. Like, of course I'm motivated by food. I'm a human. I need food. Don't you need food? We all need food.
You know what I'd really like?
Tell me.
A cheeseburger.
Why do you work? You work to make money. Why do you need money? You need money for shelter and for food. It's the second thing. Might even be the first. This is the Oslo Cathedral. It was built in 1674. I mean, that's like a whole 30 years before Joe Biden was born. It's old. But we're going to go in. We're going to check it out. This is apparently the main church of the Norwegian Archdiocese, which I guess is some Catholic church thing. I really don't know. But it's open daily until 4 p.m. most days. Oh, Fridays it's open till midnight. Okay, let's be respectful. It's warm, which is a nice respite from the cold. Oh boy. I was wrong about what I said outside. The foundation stone was laid in 1694, and the church was completed in 1697. This is also a very popular church where the Norwegian royal family gets married. As a matter of fact, Queen Mette-Marit Sisjom Hulboy, I'm sure I'm butchering that, not Queen, Princess Mette-Marit Sisjom Hulboy was married here in 2001 to Prince Haakon, which sounds literally like a name straight out of Game of Thrones. Yeah, they got married here in 2001. This was the third church built in Oslo, the first two having burned down. The first of which was built here in the 12th century. That's the thing. Kind of, you come from America and you're like, oh, this church was built in 1785. And you think, wow, that's really, really old. No, come here. There's buildings still standing that were built in the 12th century. It's crazy. All right, that's enough church. My skin is starting to burn. Let's go. Oh, I don't have a pen. Excellent. Yes, I signed it with my YouTube channel. Sue me. Okay. All right. Let's get our focus back. We have a mission. We have to stay focused. Stay focused on the mission. That mission, of course, is McDonald's. Let's go. You know, that still irritates me. He's food focused. What the hell does that mean? I'm food focused. Yes, I like food. I eat food. I need food. Like, who isn't? I mean, are there really people out there that are like, I really don't like food. Food is just, it's an inconvenience. I don't like food. Who in their right mind thinks like that? Who in their right mind doesn't like food? Why wouldn't you like food? Food is great. It's one of the few pleasures of life. The older I get, the more I appreciate a good night's sleep, a good meal, and other things I'm not going to talk about. Why? Because if there's one thing this channel's known for, it's known for being respectful. So let's be respectful. Pooping. That's what I was talking about. I was talking about pooping. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there it is. Like a beacon calling. That M, it really is like an F for freedom, an A for America, and a T for, no, that M, that means magic. Or another way to look at it, that M, it means Murica. Murica. I love Murica. Look at can you see the happiness on my face? The genuine joy I get. This is not the McDonald's that I went to when I was here in 2022. I think that McDonald's, maybe the Norwegian people, maybe they decided they don't like McDonald's. So it's gone. All right. Unfortunately, I've already kind of eaten. So we'll go ahead and we'll do something small. We'll just get something small. And my wife, she asked me to bring her back a cheeseburger, which I'm going to put inside my jacket so that it stays close to my heart and nice and warm. Oh, yeah. Lots of things are closed today. But you know what's not closed? America. America is open 24 hours a day. Okay, is it busy? Let's see how busy it is. Oh, it doesn't look too crazy. Let's see what they have. Languages. English.
Are you on TikTok?
What's that?
TikTok?
YouTube.
Oh, YouTube.
YouTube.
What are you doing?
What am I doing here?
Hey, what do you do on YouTube?
I travel.
Well,
Yeah, mostly just Addy goes places. ADDY goes places.
okay.
Yeah, if you want to look it up. I got distracted. Let's try. Where are we going? What do I want? Double cheeseburger. Do I make it a meal? No, we'll get the first one as an item. Okay, that's my wife's. Second one will be a meal. What?
Say it again. We can find it.
Yeah. ADDY. Oh, it's ADDY goes place. Yeah, no.
Goes places.
Yeah, but ADDY.
Why?
Add a Y. Did you find it?
Yeah. What
Okay.
are you doing in Norway?
Spent New Year's here, and then I'm going to go north for the polar night up in Tromsø, Narvik, Tromsø, and then Longyearbyen.
Interesting.
I'm sorry?
Interesting.
Yeah. I like winter, so. All right, we got the burger, okay, perfect. All right. No, not today. Go to checkout. Thanks, guys. But see, that's a good example of what I was talking about, where like I had that happened like 2 years ago when I had 1,500 subscribers, I would have been embarrassed. No, I feel a little more respectable. They can look at my channel, see I have 21,000 followers roughly. That's okay. It's not a huge channel, but it's a channel. It's established. As has been a common theme here in Norway, I have been able to get a decent McDonald's video because every McDonald's I go into is completely packed. And I don't need privacy to eat my McDonald's in the McDonald's, but I need privacy to eat my McDonald's in the McDonald's. But so but it's completely packed. You can't get that. I do have a double cheeseburger for my wife, as promised, and we're gonna make our way back to the Airbnb. And I don't think we're nearly as far as I thought I was originally, but yeah, we're gonna make our way back. It's getting chilly. The temperature has dropped. It feels mid-20s now. It's only slightly snowy, not a lot of snow. You see, we're back here at the Oslo Central Station. This mall up here, I do remember eating there. In the year 2022, I ate at the Scandic building in Oslo, Norway. It was a long, long time ago, on a cold winter day, that I braved the elements to find sustenance at TGI Friday in the Scandic building of Oslo, Norway. I have no idea where that came from. This is one of the dirtier sides of winter right here. The melted, muddy, dirty, gross snow, but I remember that Los Tacos. I remember that Los Tacos. Matter of fact, I remember that F out of those Los Tacos. I didn't go there, but I remember it being there. Okay. I think that goes into the train station. Shall we? Yeah, let's go to the train station. Try to warm up. See if we can navigate our way through. Jordan Torget. I have no idea how to pronounce anything. Like, I assume that the J is like a Y and that the Y is like a U. Why they don't use a J and a Y and a U all, you know, how you're supposed to use them? I don't know. Oh, yeah. Utang. Okay, we don't want to go to the Utang just yet. We want to go, no, we want to go down here, right? We want to go to the big part of the central station, which I think is down here. Utang, Oslo City, Utang. I do love these little like underground communities, these little stores that are all completely underground. I forget where it was, but there was a place that had like tattoo shops all underground. And it says a smoke shop, so why is it eerily quiet? This is how horror movies happen. Or muggings. Okay, that was pointless. Where am I? Let's go out here. I don't know what that noise was, but it's a little cold. It's not even cold, it's windy. It's not even cold, it's windy. That's the worst part. Oh, man. Well, it's been a great beginning to the year 2025. For the past couple of years, I've spent more of the winter away than I've spent it at home. Oh wait, I remember this. Do you know why I remember this? Because I remember being really cold and there was a restaurant over here. There was a bar that I wanted to sit in for some respite, for shelter. And it was cold and no, I gotta stop talking. This is gonna be the most boring video if I just keep talking about, oh, when I was here in 2022. So if I come back in like 5 years, is it gonna be like, well, when I was here in 2024, ooh, like really? Create some new memories, Daddy. Do something new. I think as long as I keep going in this general direction, I'll be good. This is how muggings happen. You know, when it starts to get dark and you find yourself lost in Oslo under a bridge with a bunch of big fat seagulls. These are some fat birds. How do you even fly, bird? Be careful, bird. I just know if we keep going in this direction, we'll hit the water. And if we hit the water, we'll be in Bjørvika. And if we're in Bjørvika, then I can get us home. Don't worry, I know you're worried. We're gonna make it home. If I have to take a taxi, we're gonna make it home. Oh, there's the Radisson. Radisson Blue. I know exactly where we are. Now, the problem is, I wanna go that way, but there's this big wall. So so I'm forced to go this way. But I think that might be going into the train station. So that might be a good thing. Let's just follow it in. Because I think what is stopping us from going in that direction is in fact the train station. So if we cut through the train station, then we're good. It all works out. It'll all work out, Addie. Don't worry, everything's gonna be fine. Wait, what? I swear, some people of a particular gender, of which I'm not going to say which, they just wander through life just like,
Let's get back. Let's get back and get focused, boys. Let's get back and get focused. All right. Okay. I took a little, about a 25-minute power nap there, and I actually feel a ton better. I feel a lot better. So I think we're going to be able to make some progress. Okay. I got an espresso here. Quite happy about that. I have to leave to Portugal next week. We'll see how that options will be what so the options would be respond respectfully, ignore, and disrespectfully, right? So this, I can see how this might get a little convoluted quickly, but let's just keep kind of going with it. Scriptable object. I'm going to need, if I'm going with this design, close this now. If I'm going with this design of this conversation, then I'm going to need 3 options. I'm sorry. I'm going to need this, this, and this. That we have kind of established. So let's see. So conversation. Okay, dialogue line conversation. I want to create thought I had given Unity sufficient time to do its thing, but apparently we hadn't. Okay. So now I should be able to go create game dialogue. So I want to create a dialogue line. And then this would be intro 1. Respond, respect. Right? And then we'll do intro 2. This would be respond disrespectfully. Disrespectfully. And then we'll have a third one, which will be respond, and that will just be ignore. Right? Now I can see how, like I said, I can see how the management of this might get out of control quickly. I'm tempted to do. Let's keep moving along with this. I'm tempted to do some type of JSON structure, or like use something like TOML, which is like YAML. I don't know what happened to my browser. Just do this really quick. Bring up the browser. I don't know what happened to the browser. I don't know why I got deleted. But like, I think it's called TOML markup. Tom's obvious minimal language. I like this, but if there's no real good support for this for C#, which I imagine there is good support, maybe we could do like human readable JSON, which I also am a big fan of. Okay, disrespectfully, ignore respectfully. Okay, so we go here. So the title. This would be respond disrespectfully. I need to make sure how to spell that. So we would have different lines of how to respond disrespectfully, right? So it would be like, my boogers, fool. That would be like, what did Bart Simpson used to say? Don't have a cow, man. Right? I think those would be a couple options. Oh, no. These aren't options. These are what he could say. So we go back over here to this here. Music stop. So we go back over here. So these are all options. So we could have respond respectfully. Okay, let's just do that. So respond. Respond respectfully. And respond respectfully, right? So respond disrespectfully. I think I put respond disrespectfully twice. Right? So ignore those. Eat my boogers, man. Don't have a cow, man. Then ignore something that is ignore. And that's actually interesting also, because ignore does nothing. So maybe that just closes the conversation, right? Maybe that, like, the player doesn't say anything. So maybe, let's see. So we have like the example where you select one and then the conversation closes. So now this is an example where you select one. I'm sorry. We have an example where you select one and then the player says something and then the conversation closes. We don't have one where you say nothing. So maybe ignore. we choose ignore, and the conversation just ends. So in that sense, could have so you would need a way. Okay. So we go back to intro. You would need a way to have an entry, but a blank entry. Right? There's a difference between having an entry that actually is something as opposed to having an entry that's nothing. Okay, so I'm saying really insightful things there, aren't I? All right. Let's see. How can we do that? Because the options, like I'm picturing, like the options are going to be listed. What's going to happen is it's going to look at the title of each of these. So I'm trying to figure out how. I'm trying to think of a good way to do it without having to have the scriptable object itself. But you know what? There may not be a clean way to do that. So what we can do. This is the option. Respond disrespectfully. And then title. Respond respectfully. And then this is going to have options, right? This is going to be like, sir, yes, sir. And then, yeah, not yes, sire, but that's kind of close, sir, yes, sir. And then, of course, my apologies. Alright, and we'll have the audio clips. And so this will have no options. Ignore will have no title. Okay, I see. So we would still have to have the ignore scriptable object, but it would have no lines and it would have no options. So in that sense, you could have, okay, so let's, if we go here, this is where you have a line and you have no options. So what's going to happen then? So you choose ignore. Let's say you get, okay, you talk to Flavor Pop and he says, move along, curfew begins in 10 minutes. And then you click ignore, the conversation closes. Okay. Now let's say instead of clicking ignore, you click respond respectfully. You just say, yes, sir, and then the conversation closes. So it's a subtle difference, but it's an important difference. And then the third thing that can happen when you select something and then the conversation continues, that's what we're doing with respond disrespectfully, right? Don't have a cow, man. Eat my boogers, fool. All right, and so then that means options also. So the options here, okay, so how do we do this? So the player says don't have a cow, man. So this is tricky, actually. This is kind of one of the this is where I was a little stuck last night. Because you have the player saying something like, let's remove this for a second, right? Like that's basically just kind of actions that happen in the background. So if we remove that and we look at it just for this, right? What we have here is we have the player saying something, and then we have, I was going to say Flavor Pop becomes aggro. Wait a minute, what happened? Oh, I think because I removed this, it kind of screwed up the ordering. Give me a second. So you have player saying, you look like a clown, and then you have Flavor Pop responding, get back inside before I bash your skull. So how can we do this? You see, there's no option here. Look like a cloud. I have an idea. What we do is we have an option. Boolean, essentially. It's going to be bool. What do we want to call it? Auto advance. Okay, I like the way the AI is thinking. Okay, so this here, this LOL, you look like a fool. That would have an auto advance, and then it would point to this one, right? So. So this would have. I'm going to put it above. So if true, the conversation will automatically advance to the next line after this one is finished. If false, the player will need to select an option to advance the conversation. So it will just, in this case, we probably would want to have a warning or something if options had more than one option, right? Or we could get jiggy with it, where if you have auto advance, it just selects a random one. That might be interesting. Well, actually, no, that actually makes a lot of sense because it's, as long as you do it right, it's the NPC. Yeah. Huh. All right. I got to think about that for a second. But you see what I mean? You could have, like, imagine here, if there was, let's see, how can we do this? Get back inside before I bash your skull. Right? And you can also have. Let's see how the charting software does this. Okay. So I wish this was up here next to this. But what I'm saying is this would be auto advanced, right? This would be an auto advance. And it could auto advance to either this or this. It can auto advance such that Flavor Pop says something, it kind of gives you actually, and it can even depend on Flavor Pop's personality, like how aggressive he is, how agitated he is. So you have certain modifiers. That's I'm going to add that to the requirements. Dialogue lines can be set to auto advance after a certain amount of time. Are they good? Okay. Dialogue lines can be set to auto advance after they have been displayed. This allows for the player to say something, and the NPC can respond without the player having to click advanced dialogue. This also means that the auto, let's put the auto advance feature can create more dynamic, engaging conversations. advancement can vary depending on NPC or game context, game state. Now let's say game context. Right? This would be an EG. NPC's current mental state. Right? So you could have this, I want to label this somehow as like auto advance. Like, actually, I feel like this could go to a diamond auto advance. So both of these, so this actually just goes to a diamond. It's going to go to another one of these. This goes, okay, so that goes to a diamond. That goes to this diamond. Get back inside, I'll bash your skull. So both of these should come from right. Let's use the Unicode. I want to decorate. Auto advance. Right. This is So this auto advances, the player says this auto advances, this has one of two options, but maybe that's a version 2 kind of thing, you know? Maybe that's a version 2 kind of thing. Let's actually get rid of it. Keep it, wait a minute. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep this version. Undo to get back to the version I had before I had done. Okay, so we want to get rid of this to begin with. No, do we? Flavor Pop become no, we want to get rid of Flavor Pop goes aggro. This one. Right? Okay. So this is the section right here where I'm actually okay, so get back inside before I bash your skull. That's auto advance in this model. Right? here, and then the player is presented with another option. Okay, so respond disrespectfully. Don't have a cow, man. You look like a clown. And then we would auto advance to another option. So that would be this. This would be its own option. Get back inside before I bash your skull. So try and come up with some type of naming convention. But I do not know that it's going to make sense in the long run, but we're going to try it for now. So what we'll do is we have respond disrespectfully. We need an option, right? We need, well, okay, first we need to go here. So this would be, so that's respond disrespectfully. We have to auto advance to an option. We're going to auto advance to, we're going to copy this. We're going to rename this intro A. So this will get rid of this. I'll get rid of this. That can be blank. Actually, I guess it would have the line. It would have the line here. Get back inside before I bash your skull, man. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Just gonna pee. Let me go pee. Be right back. So this was the auto. So get back inside before I bash your skull. And then this would not be an auto advance, which means it would have options, right? And then the options would be respond respectfully and respond disrespectfully. So we're going to rename this, or we're going to copy this twice. We're going to rename this intro 1A. And this will be intro 1A. this would be respond respectfully. So respond respectfully, respond disrespectfully. Okay. So this would have a title of respond respectfully. Right. And then we could have text that would just be sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Okay. And then this would be respond disrespectfully again would be I'd like to see you try. There's a good name, actually. Flava Cop. Anyway, so Flava Pop becomes an aggro, and yeah. I'm going to go downstairs and get some water in a minute. Okay. Could not load markdown styles files. So we have a little tree structure, right? We start here. So move along, sir. The curfew is starting in 10 minutes, and so if I respond disrespectfully, my boogers, fool. Don't have a cow, man. Oh, okay. And then we need this. Thought we added that. So we need this option. Go get back inside before I bash your skull. Is it this one? Yes. So this would be here. This would be like the auto respawn, right? So this is when get back inside before I bash your skull. Don't speak to me like that. Get back inside now. Right? You better get back inside before I punch you. And then now you're given options. You're given two options. You're given an option to respond respectfully or wrong. Okay, so now we have to go back here. Right, I think that's one. This is the other. Okay. Okay, so let's follow the tree again. So it should be pretty simple, right? If we ignore, that's it. We ignore, we say nothing, it ends. And I suppose you could assume it ends just by there's no options, there's no lines, like it's just quits, right? It might be nice to explicitly mark something, but let's only, I mean, like you could add a boolean, like where it's like terminal, or something like terminal dialogue line. But I think the terminalness of it can be implied simply by the lack of options. The lack of options with no auto advance. Actually, the lack of options is even if you have auto advance, but you have no options, then it's gonna end. Okay. So we start at the beginning. Move along, sir. Curfew begins in 10 minutes. And then I want to respond disrespectfully. Eat my boogers, fool. And then the NPC, so we have auto advance, so we go here. And then now the NPC is saying, don't speak to me like that. Get back inside now. And now the player can choose if he responds disrespectfully, I'd like to see you try. And then this is where we would have actions and stuff like that. Right now, I think what I'll do is I'm simply going, I'm going to put a text area public stream note for each one, right? Yeah, so, and like what I could do at this point, the NPC would become aggro. And then here. No, here. So here, yes, sir. This is where respond respectfully. What's this one? Yes, sir. My apologies. this could increase the NPC's comfort. The main one I'm after is this one. Right? This creates a relationship traits object on the NPC relating to the player. With this, then the affection trait is reduced. In other words, which is how I think of IE, the NPC doesn't like the player much. Okay. So it's a nice simple tree. Let's start again. Intro line. Move along. So this, of course, is when you have initiated the conversation. Move along, sir. Curfew begins in 10 minutes. Respond disrespectfully. Eat my boogers, fool. And then we auto advance here. Don't speak to me like that. This creates, and then you have an option. Respond disrespectfully again. I'd like to see you try. You don't scare me. You don't scare me, scumbag. And then we know this terminates because there's no options. Okay. Let's check this in. And just so we don't lose it. Believe it or not, there's a reasonable amount of work here. Checking in the initial revision of an NPC conversation. Let's do it. These can be a little cumbersome. I wonder if there's some tool. Like, is there a mermaid? Let's see. I think there is. Mermaid graphing tool. Try the editor. I was hoping you could just kind of like edit visually. There we go. Let's not even get okay. Now this is good. This is good. This is good. This is very good. Okay, so actually... Okay, so... I guess when you first get off the boat... So you could select converse, right? And then you're immediately given an option. Right? Whoopsie. Oh, so my stars and garters. Doesn't work very well. Okay. Oh. Huh. Is it the same thing? It looks like the same thing. Okay. That's fine. Although I like that syntax more. Let's keep that. Right? Like I just think that just makes more sense to me. Okay. No. Stop there. Stop there. Just do it. Okay. Let's check this out just for giggles. I've gotten addicted to the Visual Studio Code commit comment generator. Okay. So let's say you have a conversation when you start the game with one of the NPCs. So the player starts it. The player chooses converse, right? With the NPC. Now, excuse me. Which way is Log Park? No. I want. At first, you want to be. You want to be given options, right? So. You want to be given options. Oh, my stars and garters. What's going on? Is that how you comment? Can you comment? That's weird. Okay. Right, like this. And then from here, you can go to a few options. ask for directions. This one could be ask when curfew ends. Insult. Right? Hey? I'm liking the way this looks. Okay. So the player comes in, he converses, he says, okay, these are the options the player is given, right? Now instead of Flavor Pop, we're going to be the Flavor Cop. The Flavor Cops. That, oh my God, that's the name of the entire police force. It's the Flavor Cops. The Flavor Cops is the entire, that's the name of it. Okay. So we're going to name the entire police force in this game is going to be named the Flavor Cops. With Sergeant Flavor Pop. I love it. I love it. It's so awful. It's so bad. It's good. Okay. So, ask for directions, right? And so here, okay, so for laptop, what you would have the player, and the player would say, how do I get to Log Park, right? Here, this is ask when curfew ends. What time does curfew end? In this one, just insult, right? It's just like, what's it like being a mindless pig, right? So that's what these all do. Now, let's see, how else can we do this? So how do you draw shapes? Oh. Okay, perfect. It's actually a nice little drawing tool. Okay. Now, how do I get to Logman Park? Now, the Flavor Cop, the police officer, Mr. Police Officer, will kindly respond. Kindly respond. Right? Do I look like a map or something? Move along. Right? Do I look like a map or something? Move along. Love it. Okay. Now this one. Can I just do this? Oh, that's nice. Man, this is a nice tool. Okay. What time does curfew end? Do I look like wristwatch? Get moving. And then this one. One more word, and I'll bash your skull in. Okay. So these cops, they mean business. I'm sorry. These Flavor Cops. These Flavor Cops, they mean business. Okay. All right. Let's see. All right. And now each one of these. So this will lead down to another decision. Simply this. This one too. I like having the decision matrices or the decision thingies. You got lots of options here. Look at this. Look at this. Wow. I this mermaid tool, I am just continuously impressed with it. Okay. So now, do I look like a map or something? And then here is where we can... yeah, here. Here. Okay. And then this will be... yeah, perfect. Respond, respect, fully. Respond rudely. Is rudely a word? I'm pretty sure it is, but I want to make sure. Yeah, it's a word. Okay. Respond rudely. Okay, perfect. Let's copy this out here. Respond respectfully. Yes, sir. This one, let's just maximize this. Let's just make the code even smaller. Respond rudely. Whatever, jerk. Here, do I look like a wristwatch or something? Respond politely. I don't know why I'm switching it up all of a sudden, but I am. Respond rudely. Perfect. Okay. And then this will be respond politely. Do I look like a wristwatch get moving? Yes, sir. Asshole. Right. And then there's one more word out of you, and I'll bash your skull in. So here, it's gonna be mostly the same thing, right? Respond politely. Respond rudely. Okay. So, this is a good exercise because I'm trying to see, like, maybe how we can recycle certain parts. It is a little tricky because there's like there are parts of these data that we can recycle. Like yes sir, I'll be on my way. Like that can be used a million different times. So this is a good exercise because what it does is it helps you. It's a good visual, at least for me. It's a good visualization that will aid you in being able to abstract pieces out that you can reuse nicely. Respond politely. One more word out of you and I'll bash your head in. It's like, yes, sir. I'll be on my way. And then rudely. Suck an egg, jerkwad. Okay. Now, maybe this could help us visualize a good way to or help us figure out a good way to visualize like actions and stuff, like process, like process, mind. Wow, technical. So do you see what I mean? Well, let me finish the graph before I start doing too much here. This needs a better shape. Let's just see. I don't like how incomplete it looks. It's so technical. I mean, that's not bad. It's okay, right? I like that. It's not bad. So, this one. So I'm just looking for something that like visually pops out, right? It says like, oh, this is not dialogue. This is an action. What is? Oh. It's too big. Oh, that's not terrible. Maybe. Looks too similar to the other thing. Or to the one. I think if we just go back here, I think this is a good one. That looks very dissimilar. It's very distinct. So that these represent action, right? Play the pop attacks player. Yes, sir. I'll be on my way. So, one thing you can have. Oops. Let's not do that. You can have this come down here and just end, right? So a lot of these will just. This represents the conversation is over. Right, like that. And then a lot of these, let's see how the... Right? Look at that. I don't know what it's like. Did it coalesce things? I think it coalesced. I think it like. Okay, here. Okay. This is not really the prettiest, but it'll do. Let's see just what happens if I just plop it right in here. It doesn't work. Why not? works, but what I see here is that a lot of these things like asshole, like a lot of like you can have generic rude responses, you can have generic polite responses. And let's see if we can figure out a good way to kind of use those. So the dialogue line, it's basically the lines, right? So what I would really like is to have these lines either be defined in line or be a scriptable object. You see what I mean? So I'd like to be able to click and then drag a scriptable object over as text and audio. So this dialogue line data like I kind of want this to be a scriptable object in and of itself, but at the same time, I'm going to want to be able to define them in line. Like, I don't want to have to create a scriptable object for every single line of dialogue, but it would be useful to have scriptable objects for very common lines of dialogue, right? So there's no point in having it for every single one, but it would definitely be helpful for some. Let's see what AI says about that. Let me actually do this really quick. I just want to make sure I'm not displaying anything naughty. You know, you never know what you're gonna get when you just, like, with my luck, if you're just gonna raw dog open a browser while you're on stream, that's asking for trouble. Okay, this is good. Can't remember if I'm on Twitch or if I'm on YouTube. I think I'm on Twitch. Okay. All right. Here we go. Perfect. Okay. I have, okay, consider this structure, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to yeah, let's just give it this whole class. Consider this class. Oh my gosh. Consider this class. You know, for as much money as ChatGPT has made and continues to make, although I keep hearing that like they're going out of business or like they're not doing that well, but as much money as they make, could they not invest in some nice, like some good UI programmers? Wait a sec. also being able to define them inline in the inspector, like I'm doing now. What's a good way to do this? The idea is that I could have generic yes sir dialogue lines that I could drag into the line container. The idea is that I have generic yes sir dialogue lines that I could drag into the line container. But I could also create them in the inspector without having to create a scriptable object file. How? Let's see what recommends. Way is not to try and make one field be sometimes a struct, sometimes a scriptable object directly. Instead, make a wrapper. That's kind of what I was thinking. I'm just going to look at the code. Okay, so this would be a scriptable object. Then create a wrapper class. Dialog data reference. Then change your dialog scriptable object to use the wrapper instead of raw dialog line data. Okay, let's look at a little more closely at what the AI is recommending, because I don't know if I trust this offhand. So this is the dialogue data. It's changing this to a data reference, which is this class here. I mean, I guess. Okay, it's not the worst solution. I'm just not crazy about it. But let's go with it. Maybe it's fine. dialogue line data reference, and then add a reference class. So it's not a scriptable object, that's just simply a script. And it's actually just a raw script. It's not even like it's a raw behavior or anything. So, scripting, empty C# script. Basically, you're explicitly defining whether or not it's inline. I'm trying to understand how this would work. Okay, I think I see how it's going to work. And then I can change this here. This is my dialogue. Okay, and then change your dialogue line data to look like this. Okay. You know what? I'm not going to commit anything. I'm going to stage. Okay. Dialogue line. This one. I don't want to lose all my awesome comments. Just do this. Okay. Let's see if this compiles. It compiles. I'm just a little confused how dialogue line scriptable object. Okay, there's the dialogue, and then we go over here, dialogue line data reference, source type. So I guess when I want to have a scriptable object one, okay, I think I get it. I'll just drag it in the inspector. Okay, let me see. Okay, let's see what this screwed up. So, inline data, text, audio. Ah, nice. So couldn't you? I don't know that you even need the source field, right? Like you should be able to do this as whether or not asset is null, right? Yeah, if asset is not equal to null, and honestly, I think since there's so much syntactical sugar, there's so much syntax sugar in C#, I think there's probably even a cleaner way to do this. We'll go with this for now. Matthew says, this rain music whisper like talking is great for my writing assignment. I'm debating with AI and 100% going with scriptable object for my own dialogue system as well. So I don't know when you were here, but what I'm doing is, so I don't know when you joined and how much you did or did not see, but I have this here. And what I was noticing is that a lot of the dialogue lines, respond rudely, respond disrespectfully, right? Like you can have a generic asshole, idiot, you're a jerk, you know. You can have those. But the model I had, you would have to basically write new ones for each portion of dialogue, and so there's a lot of generic lines that can be reused, but at the same time, you want some that aren't. And what I'm trying to avoid is creating a scriptable object for every single line of dialogue. I don't want to do that. But I think for the generic lines of dialogue, I think it makes sense. Okay, so let's see. So we have inline data asset. Okay, perfect. Is there a way? I think I can get rid of this too. Right? I think dialogue line data. I can get rid of that. I can have this. So the dialogue line data scriptable object. Johnny. Okay. Oh gosh darn it. I put it here. Okay. Honestly, I think I can just do this. Oh wait, no, that's gonna be a scriptable object. What I need is I need the elements in the scriptable object. Oh man, how clever do I want to get with this? How clever do I want to get with this? Alright, I don't want to get too clever with it. I mean, like right now, we'll just do this. Public string text. I'm not completely thrilled with this because this now we've got these things in two different places, right? Like this text and audio is the same as what's inside the scriptable object. This is going to be. Let's see. This is going to be the object itself, but I want a way to be able to specify it fields on the object inside of the inspector. This is going to allow me to define. Isn't there a way? I'm stuck in some like recursive line of thinking. I'm stuck in. So each one will either be an asset or the fields themselves. So let's do this the way I was originally thinking about doing it. Let's make sure I get it to work that way. And then if we get it working that way, let's check the code in, and then we can try and figure out the way I would ideally like it. But let's try it like this. Okay, so here, okay, return text, return audio, click. Okay. Yeah, I see the problem. Reducing redundancy will be a good challenge here, making it designer friendly. Yeah. very much like what I wanted. And then I can still... So let me create a dialogue data. Dialogue line data. And that's just going to be... This will be screw off jerkwad. Okay, and then the text will be, imagine what the text will be. Screw off jerkwad Matthew. Okay. So now what we can do is we go back here. Wait, that's conversation. We go back here. Okay, so these are the options that those are the dialogue lines that okay, no, that makes sense. That's what the NPC can say. The options here. Okay, so we have, let's go to respond disrespectfully. So if we respond disrespectfully, we say, eat my boogers, fool. Don't have a cow, man. And then we can add a third, which is screw off jerkwad, right? And then we can just delete this text. And then this is an auto advance. So this goes to this one here. And then this is, why does it have 3? Okay, I think this probably got messed up. One, because we were changing the structure of all the scriptable objects. Uh-oh. I'm trying to figure out what to do for lunch. I want to order something. Oh, you know what? I might get a Lido pizza. I might order it. Where's Lisa? I'm thinking about Lido pizza. I took the day off work. I've been working on the game for a while. Haven't showered. It's like the old school days being a programmer. Let me sign in off camera. I got distracted off screen for a second. Little Caesars. The Italian cheese bread, but I want that as a pizza. Here we go. Deep dish slices and sticks. 2 slices of cheese. Okay, what's this? Stuffed Detroit style deep dish custom. Okay, that's what I want. Regular cheese, regular sauce. We could have Italian sausage. Why? It thinks I'm in St. John's. All right, let me set my address. style deep dish pepperoni. Let's see. I want to customize it. Custom. Here we go. Okay. So I want Italian sausage. I want mushroom. I want green pepper. Excuse me. Select up to one. Oh, I'm willing to pay for more. I mean, it's not like I'm expecting a topping for free. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so we selected Italian sausage. So we would want also green pepper, we would want mushroom, and we would want onion. I think that's probably it. Okay. Oh, do we want a cookie dough brownie? Oh, God. No. No, I do, but I don't. Oh, man. Dare I? No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. No, it's going to be too sweet. I'm going to regret it. I'm already going to feel, you know what? I'm not even going to eat the pizza. I'm not going to eat the pizza. I'm just going to think about it. Okay, let's get back to this. Okay. So we have this. Okay, so let's see if we can follow this through. So we start out with the move along, sir, and then we respond respectfully. Yes, sir, or my apologies. That is the end of the conversation. It ends their conversation. The conversation ends here. Okay. And this is just a note field, just exactly that, a note field. Okay, so we go back. We can't do the back button, can you? So we go back here, then we ignore. That's literally nothing, okay? That could also be a scriptable. It is a scriptable object. It's fine as it is, okay? And then if we go to respond disrespectfully, we have options like eat my boogers full, don't have a cow, man, or the scriptable object, screw off jerkwad. That's auto advance, which means it's going to go to the first option, or like we talked about before, we could have it be randomized, and then we could also have it be like conditional, which I think would be really cool. But for now, it's just going to be the first option, so that's respond disrespect. That's just the name of the resource. So we said, don't have a cow, man. Now, that's the user or the player saying, don't have a cow, man. And then the NPC is going to respond. And then here, it said the NPC can respond. Okay, we lost those, and that makes sense. So if we go to our chart, it's the first conversation. This one, get back inside before I bash your skull, man. Right? And then we can have a second one. We're only going to have two for this one right now. Get back inside before I bash your skull, or don't make me beat you like Matthew's mama beat him when he was 9. Right? I don't know. Okay, so that's what the NPC is going to say, and then the user has two options: respond respectfully to that, or respond disrespectfully. If they respond respectfully, then you just say, "Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you," and that's the end of it. If you respond disrespectfully, you would say, "You don't scare me," and then the NPC becomes aggro, but that is the end of the conversation. Okay. So let's check this in. Let's check this code in. If I can figure out how to do that. More reworking of the scriptable object system. Okay. Or scriptable object dialog line data system. Okay. So the other thing I wanted to think about are that I wanted to try and remove some redundancy here. Right, so we have the dialog data scriptable object. I would love these fields to be in line. You see what I mean? I feel like there's a way to do that. There has to be a way to do that. It might be tricky because it's a scriptable object. Like if I do, okay, let me see. I'm just gonna ask AI. Okay, related question. Assume I have two fields in a class that is derived from a scriptable object. What I would like, okay, let's actually, she's based it here. What I would like, here is the pseudocode with comments of what I would like. So what I would like, accepts a scriptable object file / reference. This displays all the fields in scriptable object. Oh my god. Ugh. Scriptable object. Or fill out the fields in the inspector. How? Please do not suggest more wrapper classes or whatnot if that's the only way, then say it. Reference an existing, yes, easy. Inline editable, yes, but not as a scriptable field object. You must use system serializable. So data would not magically become. No, of course it's not. But I want to be able to do it without. God, don't fucking insult me, AI. I was using some attribute, you motherfucker, because I knew that data wouldn't magically display inline fields unless I did something like mark it with an attribute. Don't you fucking insult me, you glorified toaster. You're right. I misread your point and answered dumbed down version instead of what you're actually. Yes. Alright. What is actually possible? Option 1, draw the reference SO inline, and use a custom attribute. Show me the code to make inline scriptable object work. Let's see what it does. So let's see. So how do you see it? Use the header. So okay. So let's see if we go here. Oh, let's comment that out. Right. Public. So wait, what are you saying? You're saying header. How does header? I don't see how header does anything. No, I wasn't listening. Header will just help separate. Okay, yeah. No. Apparently the AI does too. Okay, no, this is like it's just generating code and code and code. It's like no, that's way more than I want. There's gotta be a way to do this. Right? To just kind of like treat this as a plain old class. Because if it was a regular old struct, I could do it. Like, I'm just going to say serialized field. I mean, just for giggles. Maybe, you know, who knows. Inline data. Let's see how it goes. go pee again. I need to let my dog out to go pee. So, yeah.
too, so I didn't realize they had one here too.
Oh, did I already play this once? Oh, that was when I shook hands. I went to go shake hands with the one-armed taxi driver.
Like one of the
God, that's so awful. So cringe. Okay. I'll be back in like 15, 20 minutes or so. All right.
fancier or better neighborhoods here in Sao Paulo. Though if you speak to most people, they'll tell you that the general consensus really is that nowhere in Sao Paulo is safe. Or, as the Uber driver said last night, nowhere in Brazil is safe, is what he more or less said. That everywhere in Brazil has some level of crime. Okay, this is what I wanted to see. It's not a food truck like I thought. It's just like a stand that sells water bottles and plushies. You can get your water bottle and plushie fix here. Right, so, you know, I've been a little isolated on this trip, or not isolated, I really have just confined myself to one area of the city. So I think probably the impression I have of Sao Paulo is a little skewed. There's a fair amount of construction going on in the city, and that's usually a good sign, I think. Across the street here, it looks like an obstacle of some type. Construction generally denotes wealth, or not wealth. Construction generally denotes growth, and to some extent opportunity. So it's always good when you go to a city and you see lots of construction, like Bolivia over. Like when I was there like 4 years ago or so, there was tons of construction. There's still a lot of construction going on in Bolivia, but not like it was like 4 years ago. I see lots of little like bakeries or patisseries. That's not what I want. I want something a little, for lack of a better word, dingier. This might be something good. This corner shop here, I'm gonna abide by the traffic laws and wait. Okay, is this another bakery or what is this place? Looks good. But I do want something where you can sit down and eat. Looks like you could. All right, we'll keep walking though. I do feel like if I spent a couple of months here that I would probably get a hold of the language pretty well. Once you learn some like kind of rules about how things go from Spanish to Portuguese or vice versa, it's actually, I don't want to say easy, but it's easier. Like a lot of the double L's in Spanish will go to CH in Portuguese, like ch, like estoy llegando, where llegando is a double L in Spanish, and that means to arriving, where in Portuguese it's chegando. Chegando. Está chegando, chegando. I don't know how to say it exactly. If you learn these other, and like, oh, the one not last night. So the word for bone in Spanish is hueso, but in Portuguese is osso. And so you learn, like, you know, how these things kind of map, like you map one thing to the other. Now, of course, there are complete differences, like the word to speak in Spanish is hablar, but in Spanish it's falar. So Maybe that's not too removed now that I think about it. Hablar, falar. Here's a cafeteria. Cafe Florino. No, Floriano. Floriano. Cafe Floriano. I always speak with an Italian accent when I'm trying to speak Portuguese. Cafe Floriano. You know, so I believe I have a pretty good Spanish accent. Or, not Spanish, I hate the Spanish accent. I believe I have a pretty good Latino accent when I'm speaking Spanish, especially in Bolivia, where I spend most of my time in Latin America. People will tell me that, you know, I have a good accent or no accent, which I think is probably the best compliment you can get. But I try to imitate the enunciation and the stresses of how people speak. And I swear I hear people here speaking like they're speaking Italian. Now this looks... Suco, saludos. Martinez. Alright, this looks promising, but we're gonna keep going. There's a lot of tall office buildings here where I'm staying in Sao Paulo. Google, as a matter of fact, has offices in the area where I'm staying. I think I kind of have left the area where I'm staying a little bit, not by too much, but yeah, there's still lots of office buildings here. Big building. I like that last place. I like the look of it, you know, like a little, like nothing fancy, harsh lighting. Like they might serve you food or punch you in the stomach. Like that's the kind of place I want to eat at. We're gonna take a right. The neighborhood has changed, so I'm gonna be mostly in stealth mode with my camera. Take a right, then take another right, and kind of start to head back. Now you got a statue over here. See if we can figure out who this is. So this is Don Gusto Liberal. I can't really read it, it's kind of faded. Primero Ponte. I think he founded some school or something. I don't quite know. But he's important enough to have a park dedicated to him, So, having said that, I think it's time to get a picture. Okay, let's keep walking. Hi, Brazilian pigeons. I'm a pigeon. 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 Oh, it's like a... No, I thought maybe there was a monorail system, but it's actually just two buses, one behind the other. What do you want? Monorail. When do you want it? Now. Monorail. The clock up there says 7:31, so things are going to be really starting to pop now. Friday morning, people are going to be going out, getting to work, trying to grind one more day before the weekend. Now, I leave tomorrow. I am heading to Bolivia tomorrow, back to La Paz. So this is really, in a way, the last day of this trip. And when I say this trip, I don't mean just Sao Paulo. I mean the collective trip that took me to South Africa, Botswana, or as they say, I'm sorry, Botswana, and Zimbabwe, then back to South Africa, and then now here to Sao Paulo. So it's been about a month and a week, maybe 6 weeks of traveling, and it's been good. The only thing is I've been moving a little more. I would much prefer to just stay in these places for 2 weeks at a time, mostly because a week isn't enough time to get settled, where I think it's enough time to kind of like learn like where the grocery stores are and where to go get breakfast and things like that. 2 weeks really is not a lot of time to feel settled. And I've really been just living out of my suitcase for the past couple of weeks since I left Cape Town the first time. And I'm ready to just kind of not necessarily sit still, but just settle for a little while. If I was wealthy enough where I could have people take my bags to the next location, unpack, so that when I got there, my stuff was already in various dressers and drawers. And then when I leave, all I have to do is take my book bag. If I was wealthy enough to have that, then sure, let's do it all day long, every day, all week. But as is, nah, I'm good. Here's a truck. Nah, we'll keep walking. It's a nice morning here. It's a little chilly. It was about 62 when I left the apartment, which is why I have the hat. And yesterday it got pretty warm. It got up to about 75, 80 degrees, I would say. It's supposed to be significantly colder today, as they say. It's very funny what different places of the world will consider cold, whereas this I would consider nice. I don't want people thinking I'm trying to like creep video. Compared to other places in South America, I've been like Buenos Aires, Santiago, La Paz. Well, La Paz is kind of its own unique animal. It's like in its own kind of species, whereas this is very much like, I would say, Buenos Aires. Very kind of like parts of it are cosmopolitan, and then parts of it are very Latin American. But I don't mind Sao Paulo. I feel that I would when it's hot, but I'm not sure I'd be happy anywhere when it's hot. At least not for an entire season of being hot. This part of Sao Paulo, Itaim Bibi, is, I was reading that this is one of the parts that has neighborhoods with private security, just like they had in Cape Town. And actually there, when we were going to dinner a couple nights ago, walked past a neighborhood that was completely gated off. And it looked like a normal neighborhood, but it was completely gated off. And there's actually a couple of those around here. I guess that's one way to be safe. Okay, did we pass this? Maybe. All right. This looks good. Água sem gás.
Pauzinho, bauru, presunto, queijo, tomate, pão de batata, 4 queijo. Isso.
Yeah. I see ham, I see cheese. Looks good.
Café?
No, no café.
Ketchup, mostarda?
No. Ugh. Ow. Right? Yeah. That. I don't know how to pay. Trying to figure it out.
Meu café falou, né?
12. Débito ou crédito?
Crédito.
Tem mais?
Aproxima?
No entiendo. Yeah, up cima. Yeah. No, no, no. Sí, sí.
Siri. Café, não.
¿Qué dice?
Qual moeda?
Ah,
Peraí.
firma. Trying to pay. Okay, aprovado. Obrigado.
Não tem senha não esse cartão?
No, no. No can... ¿Habla español?
Não.
¿Inglés?
Mas não entendo o que você está falando.
Pues no funciona en otros países por contacto. Necesita dentro.
Aí você de automático que você escolhe a moeda, ele já passa.
Ah, no sé.
Você só escolheu a moeda, ele passou.
No entiendo. It's okay? Obrigado. All right. We'll sit here. I just got water. Sim gas. And this looks like a ham and cheese piece of bread. Ham and cheese piece of bread. Great explanation, Addie. That's good. It's about what you'd expect from a, it's almost like a, a little warm. It's almost like a, what do I want to say? There's like microwave, what are they? They're like microwavable ham and cheese Hot Pockets. That's it. It's almost like a open Hot Pocket, but this one's actually a little bit better. It has tomato and some vegetables on it, so it's good for you. Eat your vegetables, kids. So this open Hot Pocket and the bottle of water was, I think, about $2.50. Things are pretty cheap here. They are cheaper. I feel like the same would have been at least the water bottle and the sandwich would have been at least $7 in the US, maybe $6 if you were lucky. But this was $2 and change. The place I'm at, I think it's called, I'm not sure what it's called. I think it's called Oro Preto. Is this it? No, that's not it. That's like a, or wait. Yeah, Oro Preto. Oh, the sandwich is pretty good. I don't hate it. All right, I think I'm ready to walk around some more.
Eu quero café e pão de queijo com requeijão, por favor.
I travel with different levels of hats because I always lose them. So I travel with the type of hat that I consider disposable, and then another type of hat that I save for fancy occasions. And I haven't had a fancy occasion on this trip to use my fancy occasion hat. So it's been nothing but these like $2 beanies that you can get on Amazon for like $6 or $6 each for like $10, $11. I'm definitely gonna have to get home soon because I'm drinking this whole bottle of water, which means I'm gonna have to pee like a racehorse. I guess racehorses pee a lot. Is that a thing? I've always heard that expression, but I don't think I've ever seen a racehorse pee. I'm sure if I went on YouTube and looked for racehorses peeing, I'd find plenty of videos. Maybe I'll do that when I get home. Let's go. I do know if I keep walking on this road and go right, that this will take us home. So I really enjoy these like morning walks because I did this in Harare. My reasoning in Harare was that if anything bad was going to happen, it probably wasn't going to happen at 7:30 in the morning. If bad things are going to happen, I would imagine they would happen like after 7 p.m., which is why I always tell my friend, like, nothing good happens at night. Like, why would you go out after dark? I don't understand why people go out at night. Nothing good happens at night. Stay home. Stay home. I think I might make this a regular thing, though, going on early morning walks. Not too early. I left the house at 7 o'clock. 6 o'clock would be an early morning walk. 7 o'clock would be a morning walk. That's the way I see it. Now, we walked up this road earlier, and you might be able to notice, or maybe you don't, I don't know, but there's noticeably more people just out and about and walking to work, which makes sense because it's later in the day. Right now it is almost 8 o'clock, 10 till 8, local time. There's gonna be a bit more of stealth mode. There's a
É só vocês dois. Mas tem sua filha aqui pertinho, né?
I'm a bird. 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 Urusui. Calle Urusui. I like all these little corner shops. I really like that, though. All these little corner shops where the locals just go and they eat standing up. I like it. I guess you have that in the States to some extent, but far and few between. I feel like I don't know. What am I'm trying to think. But then again, the problem with the States having these little corners where locals could go up and eat breakfast is that you would only find those in cities that have a walking culture, right? Because most places in the States, they're going to have a driving culture because you drive everywhere, literally everywhere. But if you live somewhere where you can walk, like maybe New York City, then maybe you would find those places there. I haven't been to New York City in ages. I probably should go. Last time I was in New York City was, when was it? It was before COVID. It was to see my daughter. And that would have been 2018, 19, somewhere around there, to help her move. Even though she has moved multiple times since then. She does not sit still. All right, I think we'll just hang this left. I think this will take us towards home. That's how it is. Ugh. One of the things that I will do a lot when I'm walking, and I wonder, or I don't know, I just wonder if there's somebody behind me, I'll just stop, turn around, and cross the street. Or maybe just stop, act like I'm looking at my phone, something like that. I remember that incident, it wasn't even an incident, but I remember that happened in Cape Town where I did that a couple times, and I'm pretty sure I recorded it, but I double backed on myself like twice, and each time the guy did the same thing. But I think he thought I was lost, and then eventually he realized I was kind of onto him, that he was following me. What is this? Bedosis. This is a little convenience store. was thinking, it might be nice to take like some fresh donuts or cakes or something home. I hope this has been entertaining enough to show you this little part of Sao Paulo. We didn't see much, but we saw some things. It was exciting. If your threshold for excitement is very low. All right, yes. Yes. This is the store I want to go to. This is the store I like. This is my jam. The store and me, we go back a long way. Back to last Saturday when I got here. Or was it Sunday? It was Sunday. No, it was Saturday. Last Saturday when we arrived. But they do not have Pepsi Black because somebody, this guy, has been buying all of the Pepsi Blacks. So I'm very particular about my soda. I think I'll just get a couple of these. I wonder if they have any pastries back here. Oh, where's that? Let's see if they have any pastries. It smells like they have fresh pastries. I'll get some donuts. Bom dia. Chocolate donuts? Two. Obrigado. But I'm telling you, the accent is Italian. It's like, because you say, ooh, I'm gonna get some of these. You say, obrigado, de nada, like an Italian accent. De nada, obrigado, de nada.
Obrigada. Quente mais?
No. Por favor. Wait, no. Yeah. 29. A 20. Oh, suficiente? Ah, no. Ah, ok. No es suficiente. No, es suficiente. ¿Cuánto es? Ah. Lo siento. Creo que es right.
Okay. All right. Got some pizza. I made some lunch. I let the dog out, cleaned the kitchen while I waited for the pizza to cook. All right. So it's not Little Caesars, but it's not Little Caesars. It's DiGiorno's. Still good pizza. Okay. What if the data, God, there's so many little, so what I'm thinking is maybe I remove this, put it into another class. The scriptable object will pull it in. Well, let's see. I'm just gonna try it. like this. I know Matthew's probably having a conniption fit. You can't put two structs in the same file. Watch me, bro. All right. And if we do that, and then we do public. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Okay. It's getting warm out. Why do you gotta sit right So do you see what I'm getting at? All right, let me create another file. I was going to create an empty C# script called dialog line data. Dialog line data. Okay. Inside a dialog line data, get rid of this. I gotta remember to put system serializable. So in here we'll have serialized field dialog line data. Data. Okay. Then dialog line data. So in here this is where you would have public string text, then where you would have the public audio clip. Audio. So now in here, let's comment that out. And here, let's just do system serializable. Now, in here the asset stays the same, but then we have another one that's public. Right. So we allow dialog dialogue line data scriptable object. Dialogue line data scriptable object dot data. Okay, it needs to be public. And then this would be audio. Let's look what Unity does. Okay, so we do have like the little section we have to expand. It's not the end of the world. I wonder if there is a way you can, maybe Matthew knows that, like a way that you can just have the elements of that are under this data just have that in the inspector, just have it automatically extended. But let's see. And now, okay, this is perfect. This is perfect. This is really good. Now we have a scriptable object. We have the inline version of it. And we can... And now if we add to just one class, it gets picked up and everything, right? So let's test that. Public, I don't know, int value equals 12. And I'm doing 12 because I want to make it like a like something odd, like something strange, so that we know it's actually. Because if you set it to 0, then like it's like is it actually getting picked up, or is it just the initial value? Okay, perfect. There's value, and then if I want to create a scriptable object of this type. Go. Test. And then it's right there. Okay. And then there's perfect. So this works really well. Let's stage our changes and then clean up the code a little bit. Like these need another name other than dialogue line. I feel like they need like maybe like an interaction. We'll leave it as is for a minute. But I'm very happy with this, that now I can click on the line and I can drag an existing one to it, or I can specify right there. I'm very happy about that. Okay. Hungry, boys. I was hungry. Okay, let me copy my comments over. me finish this pizza, and then I'll get back to talking. We can model this out, but here's where. Okay. We still need. Wait a minute. Okay. Working on dialogue line data structures. Speaker. We're gonna have to deal with speaker at some point. We're gonna have to deal with how you get into these conversations, and I have a feeling we're gonna need a dialogue/conversation manager. Which, if Razman was here, he'd be pretty happy because that would of course be Singleton. Okay, so let's tackle that now. Right? I mean, we have a rudimentary data structure in place for the conversations. Let's build it. Let's make sure with all those changes, we probably ruined the one conversation we had. Oh, excuse me. So let's go back here. So we have player, and the player clicks converse, okay? And then Flava Pop. Move along, sir. Curfew begins in 10 minutes. Okay. No audio clip for that, just the asset, okay? Or just the string. Now, from there you have options. The options are respond respectfully. Let me do something. Here we go. So we have respond respectfully, respond ignore, and respond disrespectfully. Respond respectfully, as per our plan. Responding respectively, we'll say player yes sir, and then it will just exit. So responding, let's say, okay, so it looks like we destroyed that data. This could increase the NPC's comfort. Conversation ends here. Okay, so yes sir. Yes sir. And then that's it. Right, that's it. Respond ignore does nothing. Respond disrespectfully. Let's eliminate one. We have the scriptable object already, the screw off jerkwad. But then we have text here that can also be you're a pig, right? And now this is an auto advance that goes to the NPC's response, essentially. The NPC's response, no title, no text. here, it would be, so let me see, if we go back over here, go back inside before I bash your skull. And then now we have an option, 2 options. Respond respectfully and disrespectfully. So responding respectfully, respectfully, politely. I think I should start saying politely, respectfully. Okay, there's 2 things I want to buy on Amazon. Let me order those right now. Let me get it off screen, actually. Get it over here. I need to buy ant traps, and I need to buy an OtterBox for my new phone. Galaxy S26 OtterBox. OtterBoxes are not cheap. Okay, Samsung Galaxy S26 Commuter Series. Okay, I'm assuming this is the one I always get. But I've never, like, I've you can't go wrong with an OtterBox. Mic versus music is very unbalanced, by the way, hard to hear you. I turned the music up for the video. Okay, there we go. All right, I turned the music down. I forgot about that. All right, so I am just ordering some stuff on Amazon. I'll put the camera back on in a second. Okay. Should be better now. Let me know if it's better. Okay. Okay. All right. Good, thank you. Okay. So we're just going through, we're making sure that this conversation is still set up correctly. So if you come down here, wait a minute. So this is AAA. Get back inside before I bash your skull. And then we respond to that respectfully. We could say this, okay, get back inside before I bash your skull. This is sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Although it's kind of funny, like, why would you say that? Like, you're going to say, like, you're going to say, you look like a clown. You look like a clown. Okay, and then auto advance to this, get back inside before, and then response respectively, you would say, sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Okay. And then if we go back over here to respond disrespectfully, this would be, I'd like to see you try. Ah. Okay. Okay. So let me see. Dialogues. Should it be dialogues? I think I'm going to change it to conversation. I'm going to try and refer to it as conversation because dialogues, I think we could confuse matters because like a pop-up dialogue, like, so I just think maybe it's better to use the word conversation. Conversation 1. I'm just going to move everything to its own folder. Although I do want a folder probably that is, oh, come on, Unity. gosh. Common player lines. Right? So, like screw off jerkwad would be a common one. This could probably be deleted. Dialogue line scriptable objects should go back in here into the code. Dialogues needs to be renamed to conversations. Unity, you're really trying my patience. Okay. Okay. So, might as well get started with a conversation manager, which will be a mono behavior, which probably makes sense to just attach it to the player. Mono behavior script. Conversation manager. Yeah, like there's been... I'm hesitant to say it's an ant problem, but there are definitely ants in the house. There's not like tons, but it's very common to see them. And I realized last night that like every little itch on my body, like every little itch or like every little every little itch, you know, you just get random itches. Every little itch, I'm like, is that an ant? Is that an ant? And that's normal. And like now I'm like, okay, I need to get like some ant traps. Like I need to aggressively attack the problem. Let me check out what we have. Rearranging and renaming items related to the conversations. Okay. Okay. I think I might need to find some new music. Although I know this is really chill. I've been listening to it for the past 4 hours. So let's see if we can find something else. I do like this though. I'm going to bookmark this. We can use it again. I'm going to look for the same thing, except instead of guitar, piano. That's literally what I'm going to see if I can find. A lot of this I've already played. What's this one? Something a little more active. Okay. So, what was the last thing that we did that we made into a singleton? I think it was Mission Manager. I just want to copy that pattern. Yeah. Because I remember I tried doing lazy initialization, but you can't use lazy initialization with a mono behavior. I mean, I guess you can, but you just have to you have to compensate for it. So it's just easier just to do this. Okay, so we'll create it in awake. So that looks good. Oh, and at some point we need to look at the mini-map. The mini-map is foobarred. Okay, conversation manager. Alrighty. So, conversation manager we will have player attached to conversation manager. Or I'm sorry, the conversation manager will be attached to the player. And then we're going to have to deal with UI elements and that kind of stuff. Okay, so we have this. Oh, mission manager is deactivated. Why did I deactivate mission manager? Okay. Oh, I think I did it so that the guards wouldn't aggro. What we can do instead is we'll just take the initial mission, the task of the initial mission, and we'll increase it to, instead of 30 seconds, we'll make it 10 minutes. I think that'll be, I don't know that I've ever played this game for 10 minutes. Okay, so that'll be good. And then we'll go back to player. And then we should just be able to simply add conversation manager. There we go. Okay. So the conversations themselves they'll live on the NPCs. I mean, they'll live on the NPCs, right? They'll live on the NPCs. The conversation manager will mostly so the NPCs will be like, I have a conversation, and it will just tell the conversation manager, okay, here's where we're at now. Then the conversation manager will be responsible for rendering it. So we have to do some UI elements and that shit that I hate. I hate UI. I hate UI in Unity. Because again, our favorite 27-year-old PM, feminist PM, that probably goes by she, they pronouns. She's the one who had to design it. So it irritates me. You know what? Saying that she goes by she, they pronouns, that might be given too much credit. I'm trying to decide. Maybe she's not entirely awful. Maybe she does have she, they pronouns. I would say that, they're particularly awful if they're only, if they're I use they, them pronouns. You know, because there's some of those people you can be reasonable with, and they'll be like, okay, she, they, right? So. My favorite is just call me whatever you want, because that's how adults function. Okay. I think the best response that I heard was if you're in a work setting or something, and they're like, oh, what are your pronouns? And you just respond with something to the extent of, oh, just use whatever you think is appropriate. I don't need any special treatment. Or so oh, I don't need anything special. It's fine. Just use whatever you think is appropriate. But basically just making it sound like, oh, I don't need any, no, I don't need any, I don't need anything special. Just go ahead and just use whatever you think is appropriate. I love that. I love that. Just that malicious compliance. It's actually malicious. It's polite uncompliant. It would be an what is it? Uncompliance? Whatever it is. Whatever. I can't speak. I've been streaming for. I think it's the longest stream I've ever done. Okay. So let me see. We just have the one NPC. Okay. And then we got this guy. We can go up to him and we can be like, Q to interact. And then we have this converse, and the converse button does nothing right now. So that's what we want to fix. We want to fix it. So we need to add a conversation to him first, right? Like he needs something to say. So we have these interactable enemy NPCs. Interactable. We might actually want to do some refactoring because I was looking at some of this code last night and I'm like, wow, that's terrible. So let me show you what I mean. This character interactable class, it's not even a class, it's an interface. So we go to character interactable. Look at this. It's just this. It's all commented out. What is this? To do. Can item interactable and character interactable be deleted? Remember to tell Matthew that he's a dirty Englishman. Matthew, you're a dirty Englishman. Okay. Can these be deleted? They might be deletable. So this code, it's been like this for a while. Right? I'd feel a lot better about doing edits like this, like doing refactors like this, if we had unit tests. This is where unit tests really shine when you want to do like big refactors. Like the best thing, like when you want to do like a significant refactor, the first thing you should do is write unit tests. Make sure that the area you're going to be refactoring is being unit tested. And then you probably want to even do more unit testing in the area. There's this story. Like, I don't know if Matthew's there, but there's a kind of a story I want to tell. But I'm only going to tell it if I have an audience. And by an audience, I mean Matthew. So if he's there, I'll tell the story about, well, it's not a story. It's a little bit of a story. But anyway, I'll see if he's there. Okay. So this might, let's see. I mean, we might be able to just get rid of these. I am, but going in 10 minutes. All right, well, never mind. I'll tell you later tonight. Are you going to be around tonight at 4 o'clock? Let's see what happens if we change this to interactable. Not sure. Things I... What do you need to... Don't tell me you're going to another movie. I swear to God, if you're going to another movie at 11 o'clock at night, I'm going to punch you. I swear to God, I will punch you. Studies in game dev. You could do both of those while listening to my stream, sir. Oh, wait. So, wait. You forgot. Studies, game dev, adding unit tests to this. You forgot that. You forgot that, Matthew. Yeah, I think I'm going to see if I can just delete these. Let's just go and try a few things, and if those few things work, we'll assume that we can delete them. Yeah, I was thinking I might go soon too, because I still need to shower. I still want to take this idiot behind me on a walk. Yeah, he heard me. Like, what? I got my new phone yesterday. My new phone yesterday. I need to set that up. So So I got stuff to do too, but I'm going to be here at 4 o'clock. I'm going to be here at 4 o'clock. Okay. Let's see if we can interact with Green Guy. Let's see if we can interact with items. And then from that, we're going to just assume that we're okay. I think we probably are, but you never know. Okay, let me see. Okay. Let me go talk to Green Guy. Okay, Green Guy, come on, let's go. Come on, homie. Homie. Maybe he's having trouble going down the stairs. Homie. I don't remember how to do the map labeling. Oh, there we go. Right as I said that. Okay. Okay, now why doesn't he go down the stairs when he follows me? Well, whatever. He went right out the door. He went right through the door. Oh, and he jumped out a window, I guess. That's interesting. Okay. I guess maybe something's going on with the front door. Okay, let's see if we can... Look at that. Okay, let's see. I don't know why this is twice, but... Okay. All right, I think we can assume we can delete those. Okay, I'm going to go too, because I'm going to walk the dog. I want to take a shower. I want to poop. I mean, I feel a good one coming on too. It's been a few days. Removing unused interfaces. Okay. So I'll be back around 4 o'clock. Matthew, you better be here. No excuses. No excuses. There'll be more energy when I get back. All right. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye, boys.